Alrighty. Good evening, everybody. How are we all doing tonight? Welcome to day 3 of the 6th annual Metal Gear Marathon. Kicking off Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater tonight. As I've mentioned in the chat during the pre-roll there's a very good chance we'll be doing Snake Eater in 2 parts. Those of you that caught the marathon before will know Snake Eater is usually done in 2 parts. Occasionally I do it in 1 part because it's about 12 hours long. It's just a matter of keeping my energy and focus up for 12 hours. And I don't think I got the gas in the tank to do a 12-hour stream tonight. So we'll likely split it into 2 6-hour streams. But we'll see how I feel when I reach the break point. We'll see how I'm going. Have anything else to say before we get in? Not really, I think. We're pretty good. We're right to just jump in. Well, so, here's the thing, Cerebro. If I wanted to speedrun the game, I could, and I have done... There was one year, where I forgot to save at the halfway point, and like I ended the stream and I turned the console off, and then I come back, like set up the night like the second night to do the second half, and realized I didn't have the save at the midway point. But because I know this game reasonably well, I was able to get back to there in like an hour and a half. Because, like, I can go pretty fast if I'm skipping all the movie sequences. Like, the thing you gotta remember with the Metal Gear games, there's so much movie sequence. There's a reason I call this a B-movie marathon, because it's so much movie sequence. If you just gun it, you can go pretty damn quick. Obviously, I'm no speedrunner, so there's no, like, insane speed strats that I'm using, just kind of general go fast. But, well, that's not even relevant for now. We'll be approaching things at a normal clip. We'll go with the regular pace for this. As for the other streams, playing on normal for the sake of speed. On the higher difficulties, just sort of slow things down. And, yeah, that's not the best, because we already run pretty long on these things, so I'd rather keep the pace up, and that's why we stick with the normal difficulty.
After the end of World War II, the world was split into 2, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout bottle.
This is one for the history books. The world's first halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop-off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin into orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why'd he want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No. According to our intelligence, he's in Selinoyarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Just for point of interest, anyone cares, Semipalatinsk is an actual Russian nuclear test
mission
site.
is to infiltrate Selinoyarsk in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat Talon?
She's equipped with 2 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as 2 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle. Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
It makes sense that Big Boss is a much more charismatic person than Solid Snake. They grew up in very different environments. Solid Snake is effectively a purpose-bred soldier. Oh, bollocks.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger-happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
The boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me.
Oh.
Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your codename is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
Snake, try to remember some of the basics of CQC.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Yeah, unfortunately, MGS3 is very front-loaded. That was nearly 45 minutes of movie. Oh, I suppose cut out the 10 minutes of pre-roll. 35 minutes of movie. The podcast I used to watch, well, used to watch because it's now defunct, unfortunately, called Let's Drown Out by Yahtzee and Gabe, and they did MGS3 for one of their things, and it's usually like an hour-long podcast. And as soon as I saw they were doing MGS3, it was like, oh boy, you're gonna spend more than half of the podcast just watching the opening sequences. I don't really need alligator meat at this point, do I? This is the virtuous mission, not Operation Snag Eater. Our food supplies aren't going to be much of a concern for this one. Watch out for the tail! Yeah. Knife, my friend, I'll fuck you up!
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
5.56s and pineapples. Actually, what do AKs use?
Your presence in Soviet territory is
5.56?
already a violation of international law. You can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved.
7.62s,
Contact with
okay.
the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
I appreciate the camo system for this game, but I'm also glad that it was only done this way in this game. This is the perfect game for the camo system. With the, like, mix of jungle and, not urban, but, like, facility-based. it's how to... It can be a bit fiddly, I think, is the crawl. Someone go get Metroid. She needs to teach me how to crawl. Huh?
Who's that?
Yeah, I like the camo system in this game, but if it was used repeatedly in other games, it might get frustrating. Just because it's extra menuing. Like, a lot of the time, I tend to just throw on something that's decent for, like, the whole zone we're in, rather than micromanaging, every, like, costume for perfect, camo. I would argue, though, that 4 goes a little too far out the other end with how easy it is. Anyone can post links, yeah, by all means. If you're posting links to, like, something that you really shouldn't be, then I'm gonna have to have words, but otherwise, feel free to post away. Now, the beehive is amusing, but it actually makes this a lot harder if you go the beehive route. Because the 3 guards all run away, and then they all come back. And they're not in a convenient position where you can just put them to sleep. Like thus. How does this work again? Is it like this? Yep, that's the one. Good night. Proto-CQC. Or, no, not really Proto-CQC. This is the first sort of proper implementation of CQC. Actual. We'll be employing bear strats. Not called because of me, but called because of the call sign you get when you use them. Well, see, I sort of ended up using, like, the bear strats I developed were because of MGSV, and I then backported them into other Metal Gear games. Because I used too much headshots and tranquilizers, so all the guards were, like, head armored and heavy armored, and so the way to KO them was to CQC them.
I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Okay, that's a pretty dang cute raid.
Your
there,
objective,
Fab.
Sokolov,
That's
is
kind of
inside
great.
the factory. They should
actually.
be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission
I
is to
would
bring
buy one of those
Sokolov
in a
back
heartbeat.
alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Alright, this is the bit where I usually fuck up. Jesus! Fuck you! Thank you, girl. I appreciate it, but fuck you! God damn. I thought someone got me as well, because I always fuck this bit up. This is why, I'm taking a different approach to how I usually do it. So I just assumed someone I wasn't aware of sniffed me out. Yes, I absolutely did do it to myself. It's my own damn fault, but... Oh my god! I didn't fuck it up!
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You never...
I actually switched between the advanced camera and the original camera because both are useful.
I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I'll explain the camera stuff after the movie sequence.
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the Army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the Gru. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America's truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
No one spotted me.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
Freeze!
So this is the legendary boss.
Huh?
Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz.
Huh.
What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. And don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do, but testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
There it is. The meme was born.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
It is a nice touch that, like, the different sorts of KO based on how they were all knocked out in the movie sequence, like the dead lad, the lads that were CQC'd are just stunned, the lad that got hit with the trank dart is actually sleeping. This game is as much the story of Naked Snake as it is the story of Ocelot. There's a lot of character development for a lot of people in this game. It's really good.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war?
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
This is a really good way to introduce this mechanic as well. Also, before we heal ourselves up, there's a spooky, scary skeleton in the corner near the health bar. That is an important skeleton. Remember it for later. Where are we? I think this is where I got the idea of, like, bite down on something if you're gonna do something that's quite painful.
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Ah, this is also a chance to check out Mr. Skeleton. Thankfully, it is not an agitated skeleton. It does not shoot missiles. That's actually not how paramedic functions. Naomi was a bit like that, but paramedic isn't. Naked Snake does have a good run with the ladies, but paramedic is not one of them. Oh, Kuro, you have no idea what that lady's going to do. Actually, you do, you just don't know yet.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
I'm actually really pleased with that. We ghosted the Virtuous mission. I've never done that on stream before. I always fuck it up somewhere. No kills, no deaths, no detections.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. touching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet, approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze system shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the Boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The Army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the Boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The Boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little coaction?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week
You have only 1 week, and if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. I've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss?
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my code name. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my code name, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square 0. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance, too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How'll I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lulelo.
Lali Lulelo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
And we begin. Not that we'll be using that 45, like, at all. I don't think there's a reason to even use the 45. Do we need to break anything in this? It's like in MGS2, the lethal rounds are useful for breaking cameras and the Semtex control units. That's not a thing here. Hunting, I suppose. I normally just knife buggers.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Never mind the 45.
Go home.
Wasn't gonna use it anyway.
Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long.
Alright.
If we meet again,
Didn't need the 45, probably needed that hand.
Now, go home.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Yeah, it's like absolutely a case of Snake is not mentally prepared to fight her yet. It's not, well, he probably couldn't beat her yet. But also, like, it just, yeah, he's not in the right mind space. I don't think the hand is actually broken. No, it isn't. That one is one of the few that doesn't actually do anything.
HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, there's a minimum on that, Sancho. I'm not that silly. I thought about that. Like, hang on, if I leave it at 1 bit, people will just spam it to death. 10 bits is still not exactly, insane requirement, but, yeah, I had to, yeah, that, yeah. What exactly is the number? Oh, you mean the camo index? That's how visible you are. So you'll note, like, the guard spotted me while I was on the wrong sort of terrain there, because my camo index was poop, and now I'm back on the right sort of terrain. I'm much harder to see. This game takes its, like, sneaking mission in a jungle setting quite seriously.
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. The situation is normal.
Understood. Return to your position.
Yeah, you can't do like you can in MGS2, where it's a lot easier to sort of jigger the caution alert with scene transitions. It's mostly stays following you through, which can make some things quite difficult. Thankfully, if they don't dial home, it doesn't count.
Who's that?
You can get detected in some weird and wonderful ways. But yeah, because the radio man has to call it in, there's no psychic nonsense like MGS1. MGS2 has this to an extent, but it does feel a bit psychic bullshit in points. This one really sort of nails the mechanic very well. I can't remember if there's anyone home at this point. Should be an AK up here. Yeah, not that we're going to use it, but we'll take it. Shotgun? No, C-Box A. I think there might be a shotgun up there in the Virtuous mission. I'm actually not sure if the alerts, like, count as proper alerts for, like, post-game. Oh yeah, actually, that's a fair point. We should, at the very least. Do it for this.
Yo!
He's going to introduce himself first, though.
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
Now, it's not really relevant to the story of this game, but do you remember a man by the name of Donald Anderson, the DARPA chief? That's Sigint. Like 40 years from now.
Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose.
Ah.
During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair. The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo?
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb, so they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what happened if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here, in the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe. Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
It's his destiny to be here in the box. Oh.
Why don't you give the room to the northeast where you met Sokolov another try? Adam might be there this time.
Okay.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were.
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area, and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave, and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse, and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful
Knife?
than a gun. By
Gun?
doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same
Knife
time
gun.
and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Not just a silly little mechanic either, actually does things in multiple different ways. Just to clarify, since I forgot there was a few people watching that have never seen Metal Gear Solid 3 before, this is set in 1964. This is not a direct sequel to Metal Gear Solid 2. The main character here, Naked Snake, is not Solid Snake. Solid Snake won't be born for 11, 12 years? When was Les Enfants Terribles? The late 70s, right? It's between Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain. Ground Zeroes is 75, Phantom Pain is 84. Somewhere between that is Les Enfants Terribles, which I'm pretty sure it's late 70s.
What's the matter? We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it! Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
This is a boss battle. Alright, we need to mess with our inventory. Mark 22. We don't need those. If I recall correctly, the more weight you're carrying, the faster your stamina decreases. We do actually want to sort of dump off stuff we're not gonna use. Want double splitters for this. Actually, yeah, tree block should be fine. We're just gonna follow Eva. She's got the right idea. Move! Those guys are about to come blasting through that door. That's all that nonsense you can hear happening there. That's the Breach and Clear team going into the room.
Just my imagination. Did we lose him? What? Not here?
You will note
He's not here?
we have but one
Where did that
silencer.
come from? Just my imagination.
Nice try. Almost got me. I do usually screw this up after a while. I usually, like, open pretty okay and then it all falls apart. We are actually going to want to change our camo. The bug juice... I forget what it does, actually, off the top of my head. Keeps the leeches away, okay. I'll have to remember that, actually, because we will be going beach swimming in a bit.
I see him!
How the... Well, alright, now we just go judo, then. Or not? Yeah, I'm not sure what triggered them to look up there. Some of the guards are pretty fussy. As I said, this is effectively a boss fight. This is not like a proper sneaking scenario. You can do it without setting the alert off, absolutely. But yeah, they're probably programmed a bit different from regular guards.
I see him!
You know, I probably don't want to be, like, doing the old damage tank thing too much in this, since LF meds are a really rare and precious resource.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Snake and Ocelot's relationship in this is so good. Snake basically just tutorializes him. As this is like easily my favorite Metal Gear game, both from a like gameplay mechanical standpoint and also from a story and like character standpoint. It's just the peak of the franchise. Everything about it is just top tier. Actually, before we go on further fun time adventures in the jungle, I'm going to take a short break and get myself a drink because we've been going for 2.5 hours. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Alrighty. Now, we actually have a bunch of gameplay coming up, I think. Hey, Zappo, how's it going, man? You recording today, or, day off? Yesterday was accidentally a day off, alright. I grabbed a gin and tonic. And I also got some popcorn. Popcorn can wait a moment until we're in another movie sequence. I did. I believe I commented on it. I said, like, my problem with importing those is just the shipping costs is usually brutal. I'd love to have a big collection of those SRW books, but they're so heavy. Yeah. Hang on. Back this way. I have a few Japanese guidebooks, but not many, just again because the import cost is just so prohibitively high.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I'd found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth, then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying, too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
Definitely want to keep an eye out for any additional silences we can find. Coming up here specifically for, Oi, come on. Specifically for a certain item. This is always a little dodgy to line up. Overhead camera really helps. Thus, we have a silly item that will actually be useful. I am a crocodile. Ha ha ha. The bug juice ran out. That little noise was a leech. Beat leeches with cigars. Burn them off. Yeah, no worries, Zappa. See you when you get back. Actually, I don't remember. I'm curious. Where does the where does the other exit? It's not a leech. Let's turn offs too early. The leeches rapidly drain your stamina. You'll note the stamina gauge is going down very quickly. Do not want them stuck to you for long. You thought the leeches were bad. Hey, BMX Cube, how's it going? Can you throw snakes at enemies? Yes, if you like tranquilize them. The dead ones, I think you can still throw the dead ones at enemies, but I don't believe it'll do anything. Ah, now. There are claymore mines in the area. Thankfully, in this game, you can actually see the bloody claymores. Cheaty goggles help. Cheaty goggles are always welcome. I will gladly take cheaty goggles, don't get me wrong. Just not absolutely necessary. Alright there, Mr. Doggo, you need to have a nap. Camo as well. Where's the guard that noticed? There was a guard that noticed, I just don't know where he is. See, this is where the cheaty goggles would be useful. Because the guards are wearing clothing appropriate for the area. So they're somewhat difficult to spot. Cheaty goggles would make that a hell of a lot easier. I actually don't remember off the top of my head where the cheaty goggles are in this game. I don't think I've ever missed them, but I'm going to assume they're reasonably close to the critical path. But I don't remember specifically where they're at. Ah, wait, is it... No, that's not the cheaty goggles, right? That's the NVGs. That's different. I usually only do some of the funny codec calls, just because we're on a time limit. Trying to hit all the funny codec calls, you're here for a long, long time. We will discuss glowing mushrooms with Paramedic. Also, if I remember to do it properly, we'll have a discussion with her about a certain parrot. I don't remember what hooks up where. Steve, MRE, and Paramedic should do a food show. Problem is, I'm just, like, tapping the D-pad. So I am adjusting by the smallest increment possible, but you're not supposed to... be sniping that far with a pistol. Now, if I can get everybody to have a nap, we can do a certain thing here. But I do need everybody to be asleep. Because it's going to be a very noisy thing. This is sort of a shame why it's sort of so front-loaded with story. Once the game sort of gets rolling into its gameplay, it's really good. It just, yeah, it takes a long time. I don't want to waste silencer health at the moment. Our silencer supply is incredibly limited. Oh. Okay, so you see that bar, the times 00 and the sort of half-fill bar? That's how much health the silencer has left. And the times 00 represents that we have no spares. Yeah, you can get lucky from, like, pat-downs and shakedowns to get spares. I think that's everybody asleep. We are going to do a very noisy thing, and hopefully not set the alarm off with it. I've Harold the helicopter here. It's gonna meet my friend Tim the TNT. No alarm. Nice. Now, if my memory works correctly, which it very much could not be working correctly, that should affect things later. Oh, I actually didn't know about the early cheetah goggles for this one. There you go. Thankfully, we don't need them until much later. Though, I suppose they would make the sequence after this much less annoying.
Last. Looks like the boss's info was right. Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat. Disappoint the Cobras, but you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots. This time I've got 12 shots.
Draw! Ah, so good. Thankfully, we don't need a silencer for a boss fight.
Touché. You're all talk, huh? I felt that.
Oh, whoops, I shot the sheep.
You won't get away from me! Got me. Ah. Touché. Not bad, eh? I've never felt attention like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip. This reload time is exhilarating.
Oh?
I love it! You're all talk, huh? I felt that.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before.
Damn it. He found us. You were lucky. We'll meet again.
Now, darkness. Also, we gotta fetch some bullets out of our body. Well, we're dead. Bounced a bullet off of his skull. Now, you might be like, it's dark. I can't see what the fuck's going on. Yes, it's dark. I can't see what the fuck's going on. There is actually a mechanic here. The longer you spend in the caves, the more... You know what? I will have that glowing mushroom. The more Snake's eyes adjust to the darkness. So eventually it will sort of brighten up a wee bit. No, the darkness is one, like, absolutely intentional. It is fuckery, but it is programmed and intended fuckery. Come out where I think we have... I think if we go down there and in the middle... That was... What? Yeah, there it is. Down there and in the middle. Ah! Fucking thought the codec was going off. Jesus. Thanks for the follow, Kyle. Torch, yes. TN. And now we can see. Now, if I say crab battle, how many people will know what I'm referring to? I suppose that's only technically relevant for less than 24 hours because Flash gets turned off at the end of today. Crab battle. Old internet. Thankfully, there are a lot of things in place to offset the fact that Flash is being, like, officially depreciated. Now, rations in this are not healing items. They are food items. This game has what's called LF meds, life meds, which are your instant heal items. They are very few and far between. We will be saving them for maybe use in specific boss fights.
Pretty tasty.
Alright, we're gonna put a few calls through to paramedics, see if we can't get the glow mushroom conversation. We're gonna have to blow through a few different conversations.
A milk snake. The milk snake closely resembles the coral snake, but it's actually not venomous. Even so, you'll still take damage if it bites you, so
that's
don't
a
get too
knife.
close.
Did you load the wrong image?
Difference between a milk snake and a coral snake.
It's pretty difficult. They really do look almost exactly alike. I guess if I had to pick something, I'd say it's that the milk snake is much less aggressive.
Okay.
Ah, I just thought of a better way. You're going to love this.
What?
Eat it.
Eat it?
Yeah. The guide says milk snakes don't taste very good.
Is that right? But if I've already caught and eaten it, what does it matter which kind of snake it was?
It doesn't, does it? Shoot, I thought I had a good idea. I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare. You've eaten one, haven't you?
Yeah, it wasn't half bad.
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Talk to you later. I see you found some Russian glow caps. The Russian glow cap is a kind of luminescent fungus, a mushroom that glows in the dark.
Why would a mushroom glow in the dark?
It's bioluminescent, just like a firefly. It uses the so-called luciferin luciferase reaction. To put it simply, luciferin reacts with luciferase in the presence of magnesium 2+ ions, breaking it down into oxyluciferin and carbon dioxide. The carbonyl groups in the oxyluciferin are initially in an electrical excited state. When they return to their base state, they give off light. Did you get all that?
Not really.
Oh.
By the way, does that mushroom recharge your batteries when you eat it?
Huh?
I mean, it seems like if you ate a glowing mushroom, it might recharge your batteries or something.
Snake, your batteries are organic batteries. They produce electricity by utilizing the potential difference between cells. Organic batteries are known for their highly efficient energy conversion, but they still rely on chemical reactions between proteins and enzymes to...
So you're saying they'll get recharged?
Believe what you want.
Great.
It's time to feed.
Paramedic.
What's up?
You were right.
About what?
I ate a Russian glow cap and it charged up my batteries.
Huh?
What's wrong?
That's great. Snake, can you excuse me for a second?
Sure.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah. There's no way eating a bioluminescent mushroom would cause your batteries to recharge.
What do you think it means?
Beats me. Maybe it's all in his mind.
You mean like a placebo effect?
Why not? You've seen how gullible he is.
I guess there's no harm done. Should we let him keep believing it?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, Snake, I'm back. Yes, the Russian glow cap is a glowing mushroom, so it'll recharge your batteries when you eat it.
Like she said, recharges your batteries when you eat it. Legitimately useful if we need to go heavy on the cheaty goggles. They are not unlimited in this game. They do run on batteries. But yes, Kyle brought it up in the chat. Paramedic is Dr. Clark. If you were paying attention when I told you to pay attention, you'll know what that means. If you weren't, it really doesn't matter. That's deep extended lore stuff. Yeah, so you got extra batteries. I believe if they just lasts longer when you get extra batteries. And the mushrooms recharge them. I've never run out of battery power in this game. There's not really any sort of extended sequence where you need to be going ham on the batteries. If you had night vision goggles, this cave would probably be the most ham you would go on the batteries at any point. But yes, mechanically eating the glowing mushroom recharges your batteries. I'm lost. Okay, no, I'm not. Never mind. Statement retracted. Really could do with some silencers. But you'll notice we turn the torch out like our eyes have quote-unquote adjusted to the darkness, so you don't really need the torch as much now. Okay, that's that room. We'll go there in a bit. I want to poke around first. There are a bunch of goodies to pick up in here. Oops, too far back. That's where we want to be. Shotgun. Yeah, for the stream, it might be a bit too dark to see anything, depending on how the compression is handling it. Dark levels are tricky when it comes to streaming. I actually generally play everything with the brightness up a little bit to make sure that there's it's not too dark on the other end. Just back in the main corridor? I think it is. I've not actually watched a speedrun of MGS3.
I've caught you at last. We are the sons of the boss. I am the pain. I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination. Let's get started.
In general, I'm really not familiar with the speedruns for Metal Gear Solid, mostly because, as odd as this may sound, can I bug juice these away? I wonder. That's a lethal gun.
Grenade! You to taste some real.
I had something I was trying to say once. Yeah, okay, so with the Metal Gear games, all of the strategies I use for just playing through the bosses, playing through the game, any of that is all just stuff I've come up with over the years. So I kind of don't want to watch speedruns and find out, you know, the ultra-efficient strats for dealing with everything. Hey there, Adamsko. It's not so much a Tommy gun made of bees, but that the bees deliver him the Tommy gun, as such.
Attack! Grenade! Of my brothers!
Ah, no, nothing like that. I watch a fair few speedruns. It's just for my own sake, because I'm, like, if I was to sit down and watch a speedrun, it'd be like, oh, now I know, like, the ultimate optimal strats for the bosses. Yeah, well, he's like, what are those, the bug adepts from Naruto called?
We found him!
Oh. My face.
Go for. Get him!
Bullet B!
Grenade! My hornets! You to taste some real pain! My hornets!
God dang it. Oh. I keep thinking he's throwing the, bug, stuff. What? What? What was that?
Is that the best you can do?
That's a... I've never even seen that before. What the hell is going on today? We've seen multiple things.
Your bullets won't work. Grenade!
Oh. Sploosh. I've been playing this game for years. I don't expect to find multiple things that I've never seen before.
Come out and play! Get him!
He's going for body shots now. The, to do with the Talinus. fuck off, please. Boom? What? There was no earth-shattering kaboom?
Get him!
Hey, the earth-shattering kaboom. Yeah, it's non-lethal. He killed himself. I didn't kill him. Wasn't non-lethal, we wouldn't have got that. Is the water camo in here somewhere? Or is it back in the actual cave network? I cannot be asked going back into the actual caves. I got the water camo? Oh, I did get the water camo. Never mind. And yeah, all the boss camos do something funky. Except the animal print, I don't think that actually does anything funky. It's just really useful in one particular point for getting ridiculously high camo index. Oh, there you go. I did not know that. These the false mangoes? Oh, actually, we can put the shotgun, the AK in the tool away. Snake before it goes bad. And I know there's a couple of you seeing this game for the first time. Food, like live food, so non-packaged stuff, can go off in your inventory if you hold on onto it for too long. Packaged food, like your calorie mates, your noodles, those don't go off. Very useful. Claymores! Almost forgot. can put them to sleep, and then you've got 3 fresh food cages, effectively. And yes, you can feed expired food to guards, and there's one boss in particular, if you have a bunch of expired food for it, can make that boss much easier. But my plan for that boss is hopefully just to be a crack shot and not let him reach the state where he starts eating. Or, well, he'll get to the state where he tries to eat, but we stop it. What? I was very confused there, because I was like, hang on, screen transition. You can't be giving me a call in a screen transition? Thanks for the follow, Big L. And this is why I was like, do I have the water camouflage? Find the water camouflage. And a crocodile cap. And we're pretty much invisible. These, flying lads. Now, at some point, there is a detour on the left that we need to take. I think it's right here. Need to be careful about this lad. Just a crocodile. Don't worry about it, mate. Go about your business. Wait, is this not the turn-off? Ah, there's the turn-off. I got ahead of myself. We could have just scooched. So we're not doing the end early, so we don't need to be here. But we'll come here anyway, just because it's something to show off. Not doing the end early, because as funny as it is, I actually like doing the end fight normally. Also, the end early would count as a lethal. And this is non-lethal. Ah! Oh! Fuck! What do I do? How do I kill myself? Shit? But I need to drown before he does. Fuck. Hopefully that resets the area count? I don't know. I've never had that happen before unintentionally. Because that'll respawn us at the start of this room. I don't know whether that resets the score, as it were.
Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Control here.
What's going on? Respond. What's going on?
It's not like you're going to send reinforcements in here. There's no way to get reinforcements in here. I'm hoping that, like, dying and continuing resets the kill counter there. No way to check until end credits. God damn it, this was a really good run up until that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the drowning does count as a kill. Alright. Well, what do I do? No, Snake didn't die before the guard died. God damn it, we had a full Ghost Virtuous mission as well.
Get your hands off me. I'm not going anywhere.
Really now? How many times must I tell you?
Tanya!
Each time you resist, your lover will suffer the consequences. Is that clear?
Vulcan. Damn you!
Hold it right there, traitor. Let's find out just how lucky you are. Watch closely. One of these 3 guns has a single bullet in it. I'm going to pull the trigger 6 times in a row. Are you ready? Huh. Looks like your luck hasn't run out yet.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. You'd better stay in line from now on. The Cobras will take care of him.
Has the CIA dog been disposed of yet?
The pain is dead.
What? He may be a child, but he's definitely one of yours. I fear Khrushchev may have a hand in this. We have no time to lose. You must eliminate him before the final test.
Don't worry. They'll be able to handle it. I'm leaving him to you, the field.
The old man is always sleeping. Is he all right?
The end is saving what life he has left in him for battle. Normally, he's dead. But he'll wake up when the time is right. And when he does, it will be the end for the boy.
Nah. Sokolov isn't worth your love. You can entertain me until the rain stops. Kuwabara. Kuwabara.
Desaro, is that you?
Alright, well, I'm not gonna go full murder hobo, because it just feels wrong to play that way anyway, but there is one thing I can show off if this is now no longer a no-kills run. A ways out yet, but also just to show something else. You can kill the end now by putting a bullet through his head with the Dragonov. But yeah, there is. Nope.
What's wrong?
There is, yeah, one thing I can show off much later.
What's wrong?
Actually, I don't even specifically remember how much later it is. It's up on the mountainside. We will do a thing, and then that thing will reflect later. I'm not mad, I swear. I know what I'm talking about, I'm just trying not to spoil it. Because we don't often get to show it off on stream, because I'm usually doing the no-kills runs. Alright, there's NVGs. If I recall correctly, the, oh, fucking Spooter. Right, we need, serum. I think it'd be an antidote, because the spider inflicts a dot, but... Whatever. Jesus Christ, that guy's almost about to drown. Just from shooting him normally. That is, like, we have done many no-kills runs on stream, and I've done many no-kills runs off stream, so it's not like I need to prove myself there. It's just a bit frustrating with this game. You can just lose a no-kills run to a mistake.
Who's that?
What's going on?
God dang it. The other guy's way up there.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
Yeah, technically, yes. Or I could, like, speedrun the whole game up to this point as well. That's not hard. But it doesn't affect anything you guys will see. It's just personal pride. In fact, like, with the kills run, as I said, I can show off something extra. There's the cheaty goggles. Again, I won't be going, like, murder hobo or anything. That's not my style. But, with the no kills run off the table, there is one thing I will kill. I suppose it also means we can go, like, full retard on the motorbike section at the end. Rather than having to do that the stupid way. Which is nice. Because that's a pain in the butt. Doing that no kills feels very, very stupid. Oh, they were the false mangoes. Right. A lot of the, like, no kills, no detections, no continues sort of stuff is just personal pride rather than affecting anything you guys will see. I've just played these games so much, it matters to me. Whoop. Hey, Zero, how's it going? And I don't know about best game ever, but easily my favorite of the Metal Gear franchise. Definitely a absolutely fantastic video game. Best game ever, though. Not sure. Oh? I think I still have a Wikipedia page for that game open, for when you first told me about it, Blackguard, and I've just never got around to checking it out. It's buried in my infinite tabs of things I need to remember. Nice. Right. There's actually like a lot of decent stuff to pick up in here, which is why I'm going on a looting spree through this place, just trying to avoid all the traps. LF meds, good rations like noodles and whatnot. Things that don't have an expiry and refill your page very, very efficiently. I need to stream the Mother games at some point. That's something else that's been on the list for a long time. And, like, we knocked out a lot of old-school JRPGs this year that I had been meaning to play for years, so that might actually be something to consider. Doing, like, Mother 2 and 3. I can't answer that question, sorry, Zero. I enjoy a lot. I would have a hard time just picking a particular game from a particular genre. Let alone... I mean, I'd have a hard time picking a favorite game from a particular franchise. Metal Gear I can, thankfully. It's like, okay, MGS3. That's easily my favorite Metal Gear title. And it is definitely up there on like a list of all-time favorite video games, for sure. Face neck, I don't want to get bit. But like, I couldn't even, because I enjoy so much like varied shit. It's like JRPGs and take for example like crazy games like Devil May Cry. You can't really compare them. Well, yeah, okay. That's not. Thanks for the follow, Zero. $9.99. Everyone's going to be very disappointed with that answer. That is not the answer people are looking for. That's my answer. $9.99 in a vacuum. On the DS. There's conditionals to that. Specifically in a vacuum on the DS. Don't play the rest of Zero's Escape. Don't play the modern port of it. Specifically the DS version only. I do like Final Fantasy. I like Final Fantasy very much. I'm not so up on the modern Final Fantasies. But all your classics, I'm quite the fan of. Maybe not Final Fantasy 2. Final Fantasy 2 is a little too out there for me. I'll play it, but I'm not a big fan of it. Yeah, the translation for Virtue's Last Reward is really bad. Really bad. Like, oh my god, what the fuck even were you doing? Final Fantasy VI is best Final Fantasy 9. 9, I'd say. 9. 9 is just exceptional. Oh, hang on, we need to dress up. As for Weird and Wonderful Mother ROMs, Rindo, I have a few sitting here that, like, delocalize some of the scripts for the different games. I'd need to look into exactly what I've got. I did set stuff up a long time. I always equip the fucking mask. You don't actually need to equip the mask. That's not the purpose of it. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX is just, like, to me, brilliant. It's story, characters, mechanics, music, gameplay. The 9 is not perfect. The trance system is a bit jank. but it is near perfect. Oh, I suppose also, I guess there is the Necron in the room when it comes to Final Fantasy IX. You can't properly CQC while you're in the...
What are you up to?
Nothing. Didn't see anything. Don't worry about it, sir. I was trying to CQC, but you can't CQC while you're in the scientist uniform. I didn't realize. I suppose, yeah, that makes sense. But, like, all I wanted to do was judo throw the guy. Do I really need knife gun to judo throw? I suppose yes. Yes, I do, actually. As it turns out. Oh, hang on. No, wait. We've missed things. Sorry, my brain's kicking in. I should probably make these guys, like, have a proper nap, because they're gonna wake up pretty quick. Ah, that's a pain in the ass. He's a science nerd. He's allowed to wear a bandana. No, that's what we're currently... We acquire that from this area. The two most OP weapons in the game. Which is why I was like, wait a minute, we need to properly scour this building for all the items. Magic hanky and cigarettes. The most powerful weapons in the game. We will need them later. No, really. As for, sorry, winding back a second to Final Fantasy X, that's been on the to-stream list for years as well, and I've just never got around to it. I want to do a playthrough of Final Fantasy X with the Japanese audio, because I've never done that before. I have finished Final Fantasy X probably 4 or 5 times, but I've never played it with JP audio. It's quite long, but it's not, like, obscenely long. It'd just be a regular run. It wouldn't be like Dark Aeon's Penance or anything like that. It's not DQ7. Nothing is DQ7. That's basically the longest. You. Panzer Dragoon Saga. Yes, sorry, you did mention that before, and I forgot to respond to that. That is also very much on the to-stream list and has been for a long time. Saturn emulation is in a good enough point that I could just emulate it. That, or it just waits until I get around to replacing the laser in my Saturn. But properly, quote unquote. Problem, as always with everything, is just time. I've already got multiple things I want to stream coming up. Like, I've got The World Ends With You sitting here, because the sequel to that's coming out. I want to do Neo 2 now that all the DLC's out for that. Go. Important weapon number 1. It's a sleeping gas spray. Important weapon number 2. Does this smell like chloroform? Unfortunately, for The World Ends With You, I'll be using the Switch version for the sake of streaming. I've got no way to stream from a proper DS. And obviously emulating, emulation is perfectly fine, but emulating that game in particular doesn't really fly.
If you're looking for Sokolov, he's not here anymore. Put that thing away. You'll spoil my drink. So, you're the intruder everyone's talking about. Typical capitalist dog. No manners.
And who are you?
You mean you've never heard of me? And you call yourself an agent? Very well, then. I am Alexander Leonovich Granin. A man of some importance, if I do say so myself. I am the foremost weapons scientist in the Soviet Union, and the head of the glorious Granin Design Bureau. This is the Order of Lenin. It is an honor of the greatest magnitude, given along with the title of Hero of Socialism to only the finest workers. It was awarded to me in recognition of my brilliant contributions to society. Since the Great Patriotic War, I have created countless weapons in the service of our great communist society. It was thanks to me that we were able to stamp out the Nazi scum. It was I who created the basic design for the mobile ballistic missile system you know and fear as SS-1C.
You're crocked, aren't you?
I'm merely drowning my sorrow. Because of him, I've got nothing to do but sit here and drink this crap.
Him?
Sokolov. It's him you're looking for, isn't it? Because of him, I have been stripped of my authority. My research has come to nothing. Look. It is a revolutionary mobile nuclear missile system. A bipedal tank.
A bipedal tank?
Yes, a walking tank. A robot. Are you familiar with the theory of the missing link between apes and humans? Well, this technology will be the missing link between infantry and artillery. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will. And this magnificent Metal Gear will mark a revolutionary step forward in weapons development.
Metal Gear?
But I won't be used so easily. No crying myself to sleep. For you see, I'm going to send these documents to my friend in the United States.
What?
These bastards will live to regret this. And when they themselves become the targets of my creation, they will know my true greatness. Yes, Sokolov's pathetic Shagohod pales in comparison to my work. What are you going to do with a rocket engine on a tank?
About Sokolov.
A tank does not need a rocket. It needs something else. Look at these.
Nice shoes.
No. Legs. Legs that allow it to go anywhere. Just as when humans learn to walk upright. That is the real revolution in weaponry. Don't you agree? But the fool's in charge. Joe Sokolov.
And where is Sokolov?
My project has been terminated. The philosopher's legacy has been handed over to him.
What the hell are you talking about?
The philosopher's legacy. Haven't you heard of the philosophers? The Colonel has inherited their immense legacy. Volgin's father was in charge of the philosophers' money laundering activities. In the confusion of the war, he somehow ended up with their treasure. And Volgin inherited that treasure illegally. We never need to worry about the military budget. The development costs at our facility are all paid out of the Colonel's deep pockets. The weapons born here will be the genes for creating an entirely new form of warfare. The funding for my research came out of that legacy. Came out of it. Now, my money, my men, all have been diverted to the Shagohod project. Tomorrow, they will be conducting the final test, while Sokolov is making the final preparations in the weapons factory at Volgin's main base, the great fortress of Grozny Grad. Here I am, playing host to an enemy spy and drinking myself into a stupor.
That's where they moved Sokolov?
Yes.
And the Shagohod is there, too?
Of course. Hey! You're not thinking of going to Grozny Grad. Are you mad? It's an impenetrable fortress.
I'm sure it is.
You'll be killed.
I'll take my chances.
Wait.
What?
Listen to me, you fool. I want to help you.
Help me?
To thank you for your compliment.
What compliment?
My shoes. Tatiana gave them to me. I wanted to thank you for complimenting me on them. I'll tell you how to get into the fortress. In return, I ask only that you get that idiot out of there and destroy the Shagohod. There is an underground tunnel that runs around the perimeter of the fortress. You should be able to use it to sneak into the base. Head for the mountains. The entrance to the tunnel is located there. Take this. You passed through a warehouse on your way here, didn't you?
Yeah.
There should have been a locked door inside of it. Do you remember it? This key will open that door. Beyond that door lies a vast jungle. You can climb up into the mountains from the far end of the jungle. Go back to the warehouse. Use the key to open the locked door and head for the mountains. Got it?
Why are you helping me?
Unlike Sokolov, the thought of defecting has never once crossed my mind. I love my country. I love this land. I cannot even imagine living anywhere else. I wish to remain a hero of the great motherland. I cannot bear the thought of being hounded into a corner and left to waste away. It is already dawn. You must hurry. I will remain here and nurse my troubles for a little longer. To capitalism!
Yeah, try not to think too hard about the Metal Gear development tree. It at the point of this game, it still makes sense because all we have is Metal Gear D, Rex, and Ray. So it's not too bad. But yeah, once you include Portable Ops, Peace Walker, V, it gets pretty silly. At least, like, not Portable Ops. Peace Walker makes some sense. Like, the Peace Walker itself, the, El Basilisco, is at least a quadruped, and then from that project, you develop into the Zeke as a bipedal robot. And Zeke itself, I think, is pretty reasonable, as it's fairly sort of slim. It's not like Rex-style chunky boy. But then Sahelanthropus happens, and there's no way to explain that. I got nothing. I got all kinds of fan theories to explain all kinds of things for Metal Gear. There is no explaining away Sahelanthropus. That's just insanity. I'm gonna take a short break here. Just go get myself another drink, and then we will push on. And I'm back.
Someone's in here. Get out of here.
The AFK music is Theme of Tara from the original Metal Gear. This is always annoying. The psychic... scientists. I've never really come up with a good way of dealing with it. Sometimes you get lucky and it just doesn't go off. Other times,
He must still be in this area.
everything falls apart. Nah, we just give everyone the old, hey buddy, does this smell like chloroform to you? Actually, that's not a good door to go out. Better to go out the way we came in.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Woodland actually is... Is Leaf woodland? Okay, that's... Did you blow up supply houses, Sion? Because that's some shenanigans you can do. That's a lethal gun. It's not that it really matters at this point, but...
Huh? The enemy is close by.
Oh, he's not. Don't worry about it. If you blow up supply dumps, I can't remember specifically where the guards end up hungry and starving. Ah, the old cock-up cascade. Wouldn't be a Metal Gear without one of them. I call bullshit on that.
too bad. Pretty tasty.
HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. No problems detected.
Alright.
Return to your position.
Barker, no barking. Just stay low until we transition screen, because I don't trust the damn dogs. Okay, this is... BR. Wait.
In the venom of the Brazilian wandering spider. Soon a most
See?
exquisite pain
BR.
will engulf your entire body. Your limbs will be paralyzed, your lungs cease to draw breath. Eventually your heart will stop beating. But what fun would that be? Not fittingly at all. The boss's apprentice. I will give you fear such as you've never experienced before. Come into my web. It is time for you to feel the fear.
Alright. This fight can be a problem. This fight can go very out of control. Oh, I do have to... Never mind.
Now I'm here. Fear! What are you? Fear!
Whew.
The fear! The fear! I see it! The fear!
Sorry, I realize that's a really, really boring fight if I do it properly like that. But it can go out of control very quickly. The problem is, for Trank killing him, he shoots food. And if he gets the food, it restores his stamina gauge, which effectively resets the fight. You can fuck with him by bringing rotten food or poisoned food thingies. I'm also not the best at, like, smooth shooting. Thankfully, I only missed, like, one shot, so it's not too bad. But yeah, like, if you miss a couple of shots and he gets away, and he gets some food back into him, it basically resets all your work, and it can tumble out of control pretty quickly. I realize it's like looking at it when I do it like that, it's like, well, what the fuck was that fight even? That was just silly, but that's one of those fights where it's like I've developed the strat for it over the years I've been playing the game, and I'd like to think I've gotten reasonably decent at it. Oddly, we have more bullets than silencers at the moment.
What's wrong?
Having the high ground makes this a lot easier. Actually, what kind of silencer is that? If that's a Mark 22 silencer, I want it. is indeed a Mark 22 silencer. Do want. One of the snakes, if you remember the codec call about the two different snakes, one of them tastes real good, one of them tastes real bad. We previously ate the one that tastes real good, and just then we ate the one that tastes real bad. Wait. Is it time? No, okay, it's not time. Ah. That's a considerable lack of ammunition.
Snake, are you there?
Eva, where are you?
In the fortress, in Groznygrad. Dr. Sokolov is here too.
Is he all right?
He's fine. Right now he's busy putting the finishing touches on the Shagohod.
Good. That means they haven't killed him.
Not yet anyway, but you better hurry. They've already finished the Phase 2 tests. Once the final preparations are complete, they'll have no more use for him. The Colonel won't have any qualms about killing him if he thinks the CIA is closing in.
Eva, you can't let Sokolov out of your sight.
I know. Snake, do you know where Groznygrad is?
Granin told me that I should be able to get there from the mountains to the north, through an underground tunnel.
Granin told you?
Yeah, he even gave me the key to the warehouse.
Why?
Because he was drunk, I guess.
You've got to be kidding me.
Hell if I know.
Snake, there's one problem with that route.
What problem?
The mountain entrance to the underground tunnel that leads to the fortress is sealed. You need a key to get in.
A key? What about the key Granin gave me?
That key won't work. But don't worry, I'll figure something out. I have an idea. There are some ruins at the top of the mountains. Meet me there.
The top of the mountains. Got it.
Wait, there's something else I've got to tell you.
Now what?
I heard that one of the Cobras is waiting for you in the jungle at the foot of the mountains. He's a legendary sniper called the End.
Yeah, I've seen him before. That ridiculously old guy, right?
Don't underestimate him. He's known as the father of modern sniping.
Is he alone? No spotter?
None. He's all by himself. Apparently, he doesn't need a spotter.
You can't be serious.
The entire forest is on his side.
The forest?
Stay alert.
Yeah, I'd hate to have it be the end for me.
God damn it, Snake. That rest point she mentioned at the top of the mountains, that's our break point for the evening. That will be, when we get there, I'll decide how my energy levels are holding as to whether we go on or not. That's sort of the midpoint of the game. As much as I enjoy this game, doing the full 12 hours in one run is possibly a bit much for me these days. What is this? That is correct, Noah. You get special uniforms if you non-lethal each of the Cobras. So the End, I believe, drops his nugget if you non-lethal him. And you have to hold him up to get his costume, which we will do. But yeah, each of the costumes do different things. Like the fear gives you a ridiculously good camo index no matter where you are, but it super drains your stamina meter. That's one we just got, obviously from non-lethaling the fear. The end fight is not quite as momentum-based as a lot of the Metal Gear bosses. It's much more almost like a patience thing, which makes sense for the fight. I've mentioned many times over the last couple of days about like the momentum in Metal Gear Solid boss fights, and if you lose momentum, it's very easy for the fight to just go south very quickly. But the end is kind of special. Another sin of MGSV is explaining the end. He did not need to explain.
I beg of you, grant me the strength to take this final prey. Let me linger in this world just a little longer. I have already slept enough for one lifetime. Enough for an eternity. You have my thanks. I have to thank you for waking me. If you hadn't shown up, my sleep would have been eternal. Do you hear me, Snake? I am the end. I am here to send you to your ultimate fate. You'll make a fine quarry for my final hunt.
Eva, I found that sniper you were talking about.
That's the end. He's a legend, known as the father of sniping.
I've got experience sniping in urban and marine environments.
What about the forest?
Never.
I see. Well, that forest is divided into 3 areas, a river, a plateau, and a clearing. He should be lying in wait for you in one of those places.
Sounds like this may take a while.
It'll be a test of endurance. Be careful, though. From what I've heard, the End has an almost supernatural knack for camouflaging himself.
So, whoever moves first loses. This guy's over 100 years old, though, so I should have the advantage in terms of stamina.
I wouldn't be so sure if I were you.
Why's that?
I've heard that his body is photosynthetic, like a plant.
What is he, some kind of monster?
On top of that, he can speak to the forest, too.
So in other words, he knows it inside out.
Uh-huh. But he doesn't know you. I'm sure you can beat him.
Don't worry. I intend to.
I hadn't thought about that before, Furf, but you're not wrong, actually. A lot of my strategies are effectively tank and spank. That's not intended, but that basically is what I do. Now, hang on. Okay, we need to be... Ah, shit.
We're just getting started.
Missed the chance to get the bird. I was hoping to get the bird. We may get another chance at the bird, but it is unlikely. Once it's gone, it's a lot harder to track down again. Oh, there he is. You try to counter snipe him with the pistol. I hit him!
What's the matter? I'm over here.
Shift? I think he shifted. We don't want to be, like, pistol sniping him to death this way anyway. We have other business with him first.
Pretty tasty.
Sure to have some veg alongside your rabbit. Rabbit lacks a bunch of essential nutrients. If you try to subsist off of just rabbit, you will die. GD goggles don't actually really work well for the old man. I don't want to try to keep an eye out for the bird. They do highlight his footprints if you're, like, I suppose that's the closest this fight has to momentum. If you're playing the chase around game with him, you can keep good track of him by using the cheaty goggles to follow his footprints. God dang it. Fucking bird. So, okay, we know he's over there. The map will give you clues as to his position. Oh, well, it's straight up telling us his position because we saw him. I wonder if you can force respawn the bird. God damn it! Fucking bird. No, he shot mushrooms. I have the Dragonov. Again, I don't need it. I can snipe him to death with the pistol. It's not a sniper matter. I suppose I could just Dragonov the bird. I don't need to tranquilize it. We're gonna shove it down our gullet anyway. Is that you, Phil? You got a different name? Bye. Food full! God dang it. Oh, we're gonna have to go through a whole bunch of conversations.
I know it's hard to believe,
Oh,
but the end is
no, I don't need to talk to you. Wait, will they even tell us about it mid-fight?
If he shoots you with one of the... If you run out of...
No. Well, we might as well. This bird looks familiar. Eat. What, Grandpa? Now, there's also some implications, because it is the same breed of bird as Emma's bird in Metal Gear Solid 2. There is implications that it's either the same bird or parentage of that bird, because these birds can apparently live for 100 years. We just plugged it with a fucking Dragonov.
We're just getting started.
How the... You're fucking bending bullets? You've been watching... Oh, what's that movie called?
What can I say?
Very, very quiet. I'm hunting grandpas. Oh shit. That wasn't quiet enough. Way. Soviet Russia, Grandpa, it's you. You know what? You're probably true, too. Now that no good. I can't approach him from, like, far behind. Asshole. Just gonna have to run up and spook him. That's a lot of bang. Where'd he go? That way. Hang on. Did I see him? Thought I saw him. I did see him. No, I didn't see him. I did see him. Oh damn. What? Fuck off!
We're just getting started.
Do you really have to slow crawl from that far out? Jesus. Again, I'm not trying to kill him yet. I'm trying to do something else. You also, it's another interesting mechanic of this game. You build up like a taste for food. So food that Snake hates the taste of, eat it enough, and he will eventually come to enjoy it.
Freeze. Huh? Where did you... I don't think so. I don't think so. Here, take it and go.
Now we've got the ends camo, which we can use to photosynthesize, if I recall correctly. The fuck is that? Delete one of the good ones.
I want more.
Yeah, don't. Don't, Fab. Just don't. That's a sour point. They should have never tried to explain Grandpa. Self-imposed handicap. Probably, actually. Do you get the nugget? How to fucking... Jesus Christ, Grandpa. Do you get the nugget regardless of whether you trank kill him, or do you only get the nugget if you trank kill him? Trank only for the nugget, right. Makes sense. Oh. If you get the timing right, you can actually collect him with a CQC. No, just the punches. I don't know if you could, like, smash toss him. I don't think I've ever tried. Lots of goats around here, actually. I normally pick up one of the goats. I think he's up there. Very quiet. I'm hunting vampires.
Spirits of the forest, I thank you. The boss would be proud of you. The time has come for a younger generation to rise. I've been wandering for more than a century, and now my journey comes to a close. What a splendid way to end it all. I have no regrets. I can return to the form of
Hang on. There it is. The nugget! Very useful. Very useful indeed. Yep. Ate his bird, stole his nugget, took his clothes. We're an asshole. Actually, we might be able to get commentary from Paramedic about the bird.
You got some instant noodles, huh?
Yeah, I'm good.
I see you have.
Yeah, I'm good.
I see you caught a Markor. Snake, that area is inhabited by your. Snake, that area is inhabited by magpies. Magpies are members of the crow family. You should be able to find. you'll find a fruit called the yabloko. You should be able to find Ezocum.
Just not gonna comment about the
The
bird?
gauge below your snake.
God dang it. Oh, hang on. I know where we are. I'm gonna eat some sheep. For unspecified reasons.
Darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart. But you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
I put the long ass ladder there to do exactly that. It's great. Like, there's no, it's not like a loading zone or anything like that. It is 100% design choice. And I absolutely support it. I believe the other, like, the main reason it was put like that, though, was to separate this area from the boss fight, give you a bit of a cooldown. So that you're not going straight from boss fight into large challenge area. Now this is where the cheaty goggles really came into their own for me on my original playthrough of this game. Back in the day, on an actual PS2, on a standard definition TV, where you can't see fuck, Captain. There are guards all over this place. And, like, we can make them out pretty easy thanks to, like, the power of the PS3. But, yeah, at standard definition, you ain't seeing shit, Captain. No, Rykov is late. And this is where we're going to do an intentional kill as well. The helicopter's up ahead, but I don't know if us TNTing the helicopter earlier fucks with that. You, sir, are today's sacrifice.
What's going on? Respond. There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
I really don't want to deal with support unit.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Okay, now. Bird, dead man. Bird, consume, dead man. Acquire bird what has consumed dead man.
Snake, the altitude in those mountains is pretty high. That means the I see you've captured a white-rumped vulture. The white-rumped vulture is a type of vulture found in India. Its diet consists mostly of dead animal carcasses. I don't think it'll attack you, but it's a fairly large bird of prey, so you probably won't be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it.
But there is something here that's bothering me.
What is it?
They say the white-rumped vulture doesn't just eat animal carcasses. It eats human ones as well.
Is that so?
Yeah. So then if a person eats a white-rumped vulture, does that mean he's eating human meat too? What do you think?
Stop it already. You're gonna make me lose my appetite. I could go for seconds.
Now, remember that. That will be important on tomorrow's stream, unfortunately. Long-term setup. Oh, hiss hiss. Yeah, that's because we already lost the no kills run. I intentionally killed the guard, then fed the bird to the guard, then killed the bird, and ate the bird. This is... Thanks for the follow there, Twitch.tv dev? Uh-huh. That's a interesting name. What was I gonna say? Yeah, that will be important in the second half. We're playing some long-term setup there. Ah, wait, is the chopper replaced by the hoverboy?
HQ, please respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here.
What's going on? Respond. There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
Something there.
You looking right at my booty and can't see me?
Who was that?
This is some real good camo. You fucking scorpion. Asshole. This is the camo we got from Ocelot. Or non-lethaling Ocelot, I should say. Oh, is that support unit? That is indeed support unit.
Everything seems in order.
Oh, that wasn't support unit. That was a normal patrol. See ya, support unit. Thanks for stopping by. We don't bother the snake won't bother us. Facts of life. Should be close enough to invisible to just, like, ignore the fact that that guy's hovering there. For those unfamiliar with the normal course of play for this game, normally there's a patrol chopper, but because we TNT'd the chopper way back when, the chopper is, well, TNT'd. Instead, there's these hovery boys, which normally only appear in the water sequence and then right at the end of the game. At the end, he tranquilized him. Stole his nugget. Stole his nugget, his clothes, and I ate his bird. Yeah, the end was just before this bit. The end leads into this section. RPG! That will be useful later. Normally I do no kills runs, which means not blowing choppers out of the sky. But we cocked that up earlier, so... Well, we're not going to be blowing choppers out of the sky anyway. Alright, now for the hard bit. Is the chopper is back. There's no way to despawn this chopper. Even for me to pistol snipe. Is that really where you get the splitter? Isn't that like early game uniform? Maybe not. Maybe I'm going mad. Absolutely. Well, obviously I'm going mad. Because that's where it was. We never shot a Gakko, have we? Hey, Wiki, how's it going?
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you!
I don't have a 5-bomb set up for this layout, I'm sorry. This is the Metal Gear stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I very much appreciate the 5 gift subs, but this configuration doesn't have the 5 gift sub thingy. The best way to, like, you fuck with me with the current setup is either via a follow or bits. 10 bits sets off the alarm and a follow sets off the codec.
What's going on? Respond. What's going on out there?
I'm not asking! Jesus! I'm explaining how the system works. I have, in my usual configuration, I have a notification that's basically just set up specifically for Wiki. That one. There you go. Thank you, Fab. Unfortunately, I have put everyone to sleep, so unless the chopper sees me, which it can't because my camo index is too high, there is no reason for the warp to go off at this point. Actually, hang on. You know what? I feel bad. Give me a second. I can... If I... Hang on. If I... Give me a sec. Give me a sec. That one. That one. And... This may blow people's ears out. I don't know if we've sound balanced this properly yet. Oh, God damn it! It didn't do it right. What? Did I break it so badly? I can't even do it right. That button. There it goes. That is from the regular setup. I'm sorry if your ears are dead. We had problems with sound balance on that before. That's not the Metal Gear setup though. That's the normal stream stuff. I went and made like a whole bunch of custom notifications for the Metal Gear, but I didn't think to do like a multi-gift sub one.
Well, that was quick.
You look like you could use some rest.
I'll be fine. It's just that playing these two roles hasn't left me much time to sleep.
Where'd you get those cuts?
The Colonel,
He found out?
if he knew, I'd be dead already. No, this is his hobby. He's a sadist. He gets pleasure out of making people suffer. He's scum. Does it look that strange to you?
No. I'm the same way. Scars all over.
Can I see?
No. Where'd you get this one?
I got it after defecting to the Soviet Union.
I don't think so. It's older than that. Code breaking is a desk job. Where'd you get this kind of scar?
You really want to know?
Hmm.
Well, too bad. A girl's gotta have some secrets, you know. But enough about that. You've got to get going. The Phase 2 trial of the Shagohod is about to start, and it looks like someone might be coming to spoil the party.
Khrushchev?
His forces are on their way here. The Colonel is gathering his troops together to meet them. If we don't get a move on, the security will be even tighter than it is now. You'll need this key. It unlocks the door to the underground tunnel. Once you're in there, you can follow the tunnel to get inside Groznygrad. And take this too.
What is it?
The food of the future. A well-balanced meal for the space age. It's good to eat some real food once in a while. I'll bet if I kissed you, you'd taste like a wild beast.
Do you know where exactly in Groznygrad Sokolov is located?
He's in the heart of the fortress, the weapons lab. The weapons lab is divided into 3 wings. There's the East Wing, which houses the research facilities. Then there's the main wing where the weapons are assembled. That's where the Shagohod is. Finally, there's the West Wing, which is connected via a passageway to the main building. That's where Sokolov is. To get in, you'll have to enter the main wing from the East Wing. Then, go through the passageway on the 2nd floor of the main wing.
The West Wing of the weapons lab. Got it.
There's just one problem.
Not again.
The West Wing is protected by the highest level of security. You need to be Colonel class to get in.
Colonel class?
Here, look at this picture. Major Ivan Rydenovich Rykov. Pretend you're him.
How do I do that?
Steal his clothes. You look similar from behind. They won't know the difference. Your face might be a problem, so you just have to figure something out. He should be somewhere in the East Wing.
All right. But how am I supposed to escape once I get Sokolov out of there? Command said you're supposed to have something ready for me.
And I do. There's a lake 30 miles north of here. I hid a wig there.
A wig?
It's a state-of-the-art ground effect vehicle.
A ground effect vehicle? I can't fly one of those.
That's okay. I happen to be an excellent pilot.
Taking off from a lake is trickier than it looks. It's not like riding a motorcycle. You've got to be more delicate.
Of course I will. You've seen how good I am with the bike, right?
Right. You handle the escape then. I'll head for Groznygrad.
Wait a minute. There's something I wanted to ask you.
What?
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother, and my master.
And your lover?
It went deeper than that.
Deeper?
Half of me belongs to the boss.
Do you love her?
No, nothing like that.
Do you hate her?
Does it have to be one or the other? Love or hate?
Between a man and a woman? You bet.
For 10 years, we lived and died together. You couldn't possibly understand.
And you think you can kill her now? That's your mission, isn't it? Assassinating the boss? Snake? Is there anyone you like? Someone special?
I've never been interested in other people's lives.
You were interested in the boss.
She was different.
Really? How do you feel about me?
I should be asking you the same question.
Me? I can fall in love if it's part of the mission. Even with you. Snake? What's wrong? See you around, Snake. Take care of yourself.
What about you?
I've got to hurry back and play my other part.
Are you going to be okay?
Not sure. They're not stupid, and they know there's a spy. There's no way you could have gotten this far all by yourself.
Colonel. Did he talk?
No. He died before I could get it out of him.
Wasn't the spy then?
Look at this.
A transmitter?
Exactly. Planted to keep someone informed of his location.
But does this mean Grannon was the spy?
Perhaps he was being used by someone else.
Perhaps. This man was our comrade.
Comrade or not, he's of no use to us now.
I don't approve of your methods.
I don't need your approval. I'm in command here.
And that nuclear shell?
Still feeling sore about that, are you? What are you gonna do? Report it to the authorities? This is war, Major. A Cold War, fought with information and espionage. We must root out spies wherever they hide. It is kill or be killed. Potential threats must be weeded out. Your feelings are a menace to the unity of our organization. Someone is guiding the enemy's hand. A single man can only accomplish so much. Make no mistake, there is a spy among us.
But casting suspicion on our own comrades...
The C3 explosives have been stolen.
You think it was the American?
No. He could not have reached this fortress yet.
Then... who?
I'd be careful about suspecting your own men.
Boss!
Where have you been?
The fear and the end have fallen.
Damn it! CIA dog? That leaves only the Fury. How can the legendary Cobras be beaten so easily?
He's good.
Fallen for him?
Don't worry. I'll take care of him.
What is he after? Must be more than just Sokolov.
America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance. The philosopher's legacy.
Huh? Impossible. The legacy, it...
Then they're out to kill me as well. Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it. I'm gonna get the Davy Crockett.
Perfume. Nice boots. Make sure you polish them up properly.
Right. And that basically represents the halfway point of the game. We've been running for about 6 hours, and we've got about 6 hours to go. This is where I will be packing this up before the evening, just because I can't do 12 hours, unfortunately.
Pretty tasty.
So what we'll do is we'll stop it here, and we will continue tomorrow night from here and finish out MGS3, and we'll also do the secret theater stuff at the end as well, which we've done a couple of times over the years. I'll make sure that's set up and ready to go, because that requires getting out the PS2 version of the game.
Saving the game, Snake?
But yeah, that's what we're gonna pack up for today. Big thanks to Wiki for the 5 gift sub that he just dropped off as he showed up, as Wiki tends to. Very, very generous man. Very much appreciated. Thanks to everyone else that followed and threw some bits my way as well. Also
Hey,
appreciated.
Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters?
We'll let
No, what is it?
Paramedic talk
It's
about
a movie.
Godzilla for a bit.
You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version
Not yet,
too.
they didn't.
I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Alrighty, there we go. Now we can finish up. I forgot about the Godzilla talk. I don't normally manual save. Yeah, so we'll be back at roughly the regular time. Tonight, we'll be continuing on right from here. We'll finish the game out. We'll do the Secret Theater, as I said. Yeah. Hopefully not too disappointing having to cut MGS3 in half. MGS4 will be the same as well, because it's just too long. I can't... Like, I could go for another cup... Oh, thank you for the, follow, Nero. Like, I could probably go for another couple of hours, but I'd be, like, falling asleep at my desk by the time we actually got to the end of the game, and that's just asking for trouble, because there's a bunch of bosses towards the end of the game that require a decent amount of execution, so I can't really risk rolling that, unfortunately, and it would also, like, destroy me. I'd need to probably take a night off, so it's either split it into 2, or do it all in one and take a night off. Either way, you get the same sort of amount of streams, and this way I can keep a relatively clear head for doing the second half of MGS3. I think that's about all I've got to say for now. Hopefully everyone's enjoying themselves. I absolutely love Metal Gear Solid 3. It's my favorite of the franchise, as I've said repeatedly. It is a fantastic game and a fantastic story and just a hell of a lot of fun. Hopefully, if you're enjoying it, you'll come back tomorrow night to finish it out. But for now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.